Shalom, people. This is New Jersey Rod. I am your brother from another mother, Brother D.I.K. On Monday, 2 a.m., March 16th. Same shit, different day. We out here ride sharing. You already know what it is. Shout out to all of you who are doing this. Remember, anybody can do it. Not anybody should. For all of you who are riding with me today, thank you for riding with me. I appreciate you. Shout outs to everybody driving Uber, Lyft via whatever other platform is out here. Shout outs to all cab drivers, limo drivers, bus drivers, light rail operators, train engineers, and their conductors. And lest we forget, shout outs to the truck drivers, the heartbeat of America, the blood flow of the country. Thank you for your service. Shout outs to law enforcement and EMT. And to everybody at the 24-hour gas stations, the Exxons, the Mobiles, the BPs, the Sunocos, the Speedways, and the Luke Oils, and every other 24-hour spot. All the 24-hour convenience stores, like in my area, the Quick Checks, the Wawas, 7-Elevens. Pick up yourselves. Shout out to everybody at Amazon, working the graveyard shift, not shit, working the graveyard shift. Everybody at FedEx, UPS, and the post office. Big up yourselves. We are out here for the next 8 hours, 10 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, whatever. We're going to be picking people up and dropping them off. You already know. Hope you all had a great day. If you're ending your shift and going home, have a great day. If you're just getting on. If you're just going in, don't work too hard, but do your job. You already know. I say the same shit every day. Be nice to people. It pays. Trust me. We're having lightning storm, huh? That's cute. Let's see what's on the news, folks. fucking with me. Doesn't want to give me the news. It's bullshit. Let's go.
This is DW News, our top stories. Donald Trump has warned that NATO faces a very bad future if allies fail to help the U.S. open up the Strait of Hormuz. He told the appropriate that those who benefit from aid will help to make sure nothing bad happens there. About a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, see, here we go with the bullshit. Donald Trump is threatening people again, and gas prices are going through the roof. I hear the national average is $5. We already hear like $3.70 here in Jersey, at least up here where I am. I'm sure it's more expensive somewhere else. Where's the oil from Venezuela? Where's that oil? Anybody can tell me? Anybody? Why is gas so high when we stole a whole nother nation's oil when we kidnapped its president? And I know you white folks saying, oh, well, we don't recognize him as a president because, you know, in order for a motherfucker to have a leader, in order for a nation to have a leader, America has to approve of him. It's fuckery. But again, we took the gas, we took the oil. Why are we paying so much for gas here? We have our own reserves that we can use, and yeah, we need it for our military. But you know, a lot of our shit is nuclear, and we have our own reserves. But we also have Venezuela's reserves. We took and Venezuela has the largest oil reserves on Earth, larger than OPEC. So why are we fucking around? And now the Strait of Hormuz, that's 1/5 of the world's oil. 1/5. This is fuckery. They're trying to push the number to see if we'll pay. And if we do, and we will, then it'll never go back down past $3. Ever. Now the new pricing is 4 and better. It's just what it is, like everything else. And we're gonna allow it because we're too fucking stupid to do anything about it. And all we gotta do is just stop for one fucking day. Just stop. One day. But we won't do it. Why won't we do it? Because we're fucking stupid. I don't know. But this is a test. This whole conflict is to get us to pay more for gas. And we're gonna pay it. Right? Because we got to get around, and we're going to come up with every fucking excuse not to dissent, not to protest, not to stop. And again, if we just stop, I'm speaking just to the American people, white, black, brown, beige, yellow, the American people. If we just stop one day, just one fucking day, we'll send a message to our government, to the oil industry, to every industry that we're not going to take it. Wish I could play that song, right? But YouTube would give me a fucking strike. I'm picking up, so I got to turn the camera around. Talk to y'all in a minute. It's a matter of privacy.
The Israeli military has launched fresh strikes on Hezbollah infrastructure in Beirut's southern suburbs. The attacks came after the Israeli army issued evacuation orders for neighborhoods in Beirut, as well as southern Lebanon. Earlier, an airstrike killed 12 medics at a healthcare center in southern Lebanon, according to the health minister.
Hello, I'm Shay. Hello, how are you, Shay?
Okay.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, thank you.
James Street? Yes, thank you. You got it.
The captain of the Iranian women's national football team has withdrawn her bid for asylum in Australia, according to Iranian state media. 5 of the 7 team members who originally requested asylum have now changed their mind. The women sought asylum after Iran labeled them traitors for remaining silent during the national anthem before their opening match at the Asian Cup.
News with David Honda. President Trump has said he's in talks with several nations about helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz as his war against Iran continues to rattle the world economy. Speaking on Air Force One, Mr. Trump again demanded other countries join the effort to ensure the waterway, but insisted that Iran's military had been defeated.
As far as I'm concerned, we've essentially defeated.
The war is over.
I guess they can
Yeah.
By the way, we need your help to fight this war.
take it out there. Forces, take it out there.
Yeah, right, isn't it?
Take it out there.
This is a psyop to raise the price of gas like they do periodically, but they need a reason.
Let me tell you, man. The United States has been on the losing end of a psyop since Russia invaded Ukraine back in the Obama administration. When they took Crimea, they understood that in order to keep it, in order to take it, in order to keep it, they need to neutralize the United States. And that happened in 2014. It's not a coincidence that Donald Trump came on the scene in 2016, was compromised by Russia. It's not a coincidence. This is my take, by the way.
Mhm.
It's not a coincidence that basically that's when social media went crazy. All of a sudden, all of us in our little bubbles reading all this crap. All of a sudden, Russia has all these podcasters on the payroll. You ever wonder why these idiot podcasters can make millions of dollars just talking shit? Who's paying them?
Soros.
It's not Soros, dude. Soros he's either dead or he's like 98 years old. I'm telling you. Whatever you think Soros is doing, that's what Russia and China and Israel are doing. If anybody you think is pulling strings from the shadows, that's those 3 countries. And that's a psyop. You thinking Soros is fucking you is the psyop. That's the psyop, dude. I'm telling you.
Here's the deal.
That's my take.
Here's my take.
Yeah.
Biden,
Yeah.
Kerry, and Keane, all of their sons are on the board of that pipeline coming out of Crimea. This is what catapulted the invasion of Ukraine, because they blew up the pipeline in the Black Sea. There was a direct line into Russia. America blew that up. Everyone knows it. Russia knows it. In order to protect their interest in that pipeline coming out of Crimea, which is Russia.
What year? What year?
This is under the Obama administration, when Biden was vice president, the big guy.
Okay.
When he was labeled the big guy, when
Okay.
he was making deals. His son, Hunter,
Yeah.
Kerry's son, and McCain's son.
Sure.
All of them are on that.
The board of Burisma.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, in order to protect their interests, Russia had to invade Ukraine to push back all American. Hold on a second. Where am I going here? Okay, this way. To push back the idea that Ukraine could join NATO, because it can't and should never be allowed, because it's part of the Iron Curtain, an agreement that was made back when they ended World War II.
True or false? The United States guaranteed Ukraine's security. True or false?
False.
It's true. You know why Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons? Because the United States guaranteed their security, and because Russia promised not to invade. That's why they gave up their nuclear weapons. That's true. Google that shit after I get out of the car.
Right, but
No,
you
Google.
do understand that it's part of the Iron Curtain. That was the deal. Whatever agreement was made off paper, right? The reality is that it's part of the Iron Curtain, and in order,
What is the Iron Curtain?
The Iron Curtain is that line of countries that separates everyone else from Russia.
Okay.
Ukraine being the furthest northern corner of it. If Ukraine joins NATO, they can invade Russia because if you attack one NATO nation, you attack them all. Right? That's just the rule. That's why the Arabs are doing it right now. They're creating a NATO for the Arabs. He can't allow them to join. So he has to invade them. He had to take them over to ensure that they never join NATO and that Russia is never invaded because, you know, they're the big bad enemy and we need a big bad enemy because we are a military industrial complex. Our nation is a wartime nation. Without war, we have no economy because our money is dead. It's fiat currency. It's not real. Gaddafi was killed because he was going to threaten the petrodollar, which is already happening now with BRICS, right? They're changing the petrodollar to gold. In order to trade for oil, now you got to pay in gold. America has no gold. This is all going all the way back to 1913, right? With the Banking Act. Everything that has happened and will continue to happen is because of that petrodollar, right? The world stage right now is playing a game. And in order to raise the prices of gas, like everything else that's gone up, right? Like food went up. Do you remember why food went up? All food, everything. Remember a couple of years ago that they were burning down all the food manufacturing plants and the cattle ranches, killing dozens and dozens and dozens of cattle all across the nation. Everything was just burning and blowing up. So the price of food went up because there's no manufacturing plants. In order to raise the prices, they got to do all of this fuckery and have us believing their narrative, right? But when you follow the Soros money, because I'm not saying George Soros himself, I'm saying the Soros money, the same money that put the junior senator from Illinois into the White House, that money. There was no way. Okay, come on in.
You know, when you go to the eye doctor and they're like adjusting the lenses so that you can, like, you know, they can get the correct prescription so you can see clearly. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever, maybe not perfect, you know, whatever. Have you ever been to the eye doctor?
No, I avoid doctors at all costs. All kind of doctors.
Okay, so you've never had an eye exam?
Never.
Okay, I gotta go to do analogy.
No. I understand the analogy because I've seen it, right? I have friends that are optometrists and ophthalmologists. So I've seen the process.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that I think you're right about a lot of stuff. I think you're right about like 90% of what you're saying. But that 10% that I'm certain you're not correct about has you seeing like things that are just kind of exactly the opposite, basically. So the fact that you're obsessed with George Soros.
Oh no, don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
I'm
The
not.
fact that you see
I
George,
just happen to know who he is. I've studied him in detail.
the fact that you see George Soros as this
The money,
as
Yeah.
this figure who is using money to manipulate things without the average person's awareness.
everyone's aware.
Okay, fine. Well, the person you see as manipulating.
Well, you're right. The average person is not aware. I take that
Okay,
back.
so whatever.
You're right.
Whether you say the average person is or not,
Right.
my point is the fact that you see George Soros as the person manipulating things. Right?
Again, I need to correct you.
Okay,
I said Soros money. I didn't say Soros.
money.
Yeah, Soros money.
Soros money. So
Yeah.
George Soros Foundation, Open Borders, whatever.
NAMBLA and all that shit that he's a part of.
Cool,
Yes.
Cool. This is what I'm trying to say. You're right. You're right about petrodollars. You're right about military-industrial complex. You're right about the fact that dark money is influencing things. You're right about all that stuff. You're so close. But the fact that you think it's George Soros is the psyop. You are victim of the psyop.
Yeah, we'll agree to disagree. We'll agree. I've been studying this for well over 40 years.
I know. You've been going down the rabbit hole of the psyop.
Well, I've been going down the rabbit hole of the money. What I've learned, right, when I went to college for constitutional law,
Yeah,
what I learned is you follow the money, and the money dictates what's happening and who's making it happen. The money,
I agree.
nothing else.
That is correct.
The
That is
psyop,
correct. That is correct. But the psyop is designed to convince you that the money is George Soros, as opposed to just the U.S. government,
or as opposed to Russia and China,
as opposed to Russia, China, Israel.
right? And then let's not even get started on Israel because that's a whole other thing.
Has the United States ever conducted a psyop?
Yes,
Where?
the Bay of Pigs, the first one.
Is that the only one?
No, hell
Where
no.
else? Give me a couple others.
I mean, I can. Don't know that I should.
No, just give me a couple.
Um,
I agree with you. I'm trying to make a point there.
okay, so
I'm trying to make a
Boston,
point with facts that you accept.
Boston.
What do you mean, Boston?
You know the bombing in Boston,
Okay, but I mean, let's talk about outside the United States.
outside
That's
of the
part
United
foreign
States.
policy. What is
The
a
weapons
psyop?
of
What is a psyop?
the weapons of mass destruction.
What is a psyop?
A bunch of bullshit made us that's going to convince us that the government is validated in its actions.
Okay, so basically, can we agree that a psyop is basically a set of information put forward by an adversary designed to convince the population of another country of things that are not true?
Sure.
What do you mean, sure? Like
Sure.
you're saying there's psyop. Like you tell me what you
Well,
think a psyop is.
Well, again,
You tell me what you think it is.
I basically said what you said in my language. A bunch of bullshit
Okay.
perpetrated by a party to
Okay.
convince another party that what they're doing is legitimate. Kind of like when our government invaded, kind of like when Donald Trump went into Venezuela and kidnapped the president of
They didn't
Venezuela.
even bother with a psyop though. They just said what they were doing.
No doubt. But
Which is
the psyop is that he's a drug dealer. They want us to convince that that's the psyop, right? They want us to be convinced that he's some type of narco terrorist and that they're justified. Kind of like they're saying that if they don't have a choice in who the next Ayatollah is, or Ayatollah, what most people say, if they don't have a say in it, that they're not going to ever accept them.
We agree on that.
Right.
We agree on that.
So,
I think there's
but
one distinction that we should make.
Yeah.
Which is the difference between, let's just call it propaganda
propaganda, good word,
and psyops.
and psyops, good
Those are
word.
not the same thing. They're related.
No,
but
they're
not
related, right? One is used to.
I would argue that calling Maduro a drug dealer is just propaganda, right? A psyop is trying to is
convincing the people of Venezuela.
convincing the people of America that the drugs in their community are being propagated by outside forces. That's a psyop.
Man, we know that's bullshit, though, right?
Of course we do. I
Right.
do. You do. Not everybody does. But, okay. So here's what I'm getting at.
What are you doing, buddy?
The
Move.
same way the United States
Jackass.
psyops.
Yeah.
The same way the United States, like you're on the same page here. The
Yeah.
United States run psyop for the Bay of Pigs. They were, first of all, it wasn't Bay of Pigs. It was just Cuba. They were basically relentlessly trying to convince the people of Cuba to try to overthrow their government. Trying to convince those people.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about that part. I'm talking about the part that Kennedy put a stop to, where they wanted to blow up government buildings here in the United States and blame Cuba. That's the Bay of Pigs.
Yeah. Exactly. So we're on the same page on that stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that stuff actually happened. But
No.
it's right there. You can still read about it.
That's it.
Right. So here's the thing.
If you want to hide something from us, what do?
But I mean, you're so close to getting it though. You're so close to getting it. I mean, look, you get it. But
I do.
I'm trying to just convince you that you can be right about a lot of stuff, but also be wrong about
Absolutely. Listen. My name.
What you're wrong about is just George Soros.
I have a moniker, right? My name is Ian Arbihu.
Yeah.
It's an anagram for I'm not always right, but I'm hardly ever wrong. And in my 55 years,
Yeah.
I've been 95% correct. 95.
I think if you take all the same fact set that you have
Mhm.
and just instead of seeing a George Soros conspiracy, just look at it like this. The same things the United States does in other countries, other countries do in the United States.
Right.
The same way the United States like tries to weaken countries. Like this is how the United States brought down the Soviet Union.
Okay, real quick though.
Yeah.
What influence does Russia have on our media, news media? I'm talking about the mainstream media.
They have enormous influence.
Really? So then why is it, right, that we're not hearing any Russian propaganda against the United States in America? Right? What I hear...
Russia's goal,
Mhm.
Russia's strategy, I should say.
Yeah.
Russia's strategy is to neutralize the United States military using asymmetrical warfare, right? So the point is, they know that Russia's not a superpower militarily. It's not, right?
Okay.
Militarily, it's not. It has nuclear weapons, but it's not a superpower militarily. Like if you compare on paper the size of Russia's navy, the size of Russia's army, like their number of conventional weapons, all that stuff, the United States dwarfs them. In a conventional conflict, they are no match for the United States. But of course, nobody is. That's the whole point.
Right.
Right? That's the whole United States strategy since World War II. Is basically be so much stronger than everybody else that nobody dares to fight. Right? The way that Russia's strategy, sorry, I'm kind of going around the bush here. Russia's strategy is to create chaos within the United States such that the United States cannot form coherent, interest-based actions. That's their strategy, and it works. And the way they do it,
Yeah. How do they do it?
the way they do it is by convincing the population of the United States of various sets of information that are designed to neutralize the United States.
United States, what? Their population, their
Yes.
military, their what?
Yes, their population.
Okay, now
Because the United States is
give me an example of that propaganda that they're using to
So, for example,
neutralize.
you can. I mean, if you're open to this fact set,
Absolutely.
one of the threads, you have to understand that Russian disinformation is very, very, very sophisticated. It's not
Okay.
just one idea, right? So one of the threads of Russian disinformation, this is just an example, one thread of Russian disinformation in 2016, and then again in basically every election with Trump involved. One of the threads of disinformation has been targeting, and because you have social media, you can target people very, very precisely, right? Has been targeting Black voters, convincing them not to vote. So basically, if you've ever talked to a Black person who's like, both parties are the same, or fuck this, I'm not voting, or it's no point, or we should vote for Jill Stein, or whatever. All those things, it's not that those could not be positions that somebody might arrive at on their own. They could. But the fact is, and it's proven, researchers look at this, right? People with PhDs look at this. It's proven.
Real quick, can I interject real quick?
It's proven that Russia focused on specific narratives to basically convince people
Listen.
to disenfranchise themselves.
All that empirical data needs to be empirical is for 10 white people to agree to it. That's it. That's why it changes
So you don't
consistently.
believe that Russia actually did that?
So I believe that Black people not voting is something that's older than you and I both, right? Because the Nation of Islam told people not to vote. Other organizations, with the exception of the NAACP, who was founded by white people,
Russia gets the ideas from them. They don't just make stuff up because it wouldn't
we
be
shouldn't vote. You know why
because it wouldn't be credible to you.
right? The
That's
reason
thing.
that
What
we
they do
shouldn't
is they
vote,
study us.
right? Because they have to, because we are
They study us and they
the
come up
pinnac-
with narratives.
Black people are the
test-
pinnacle of everything in
They
this
test
country.
these narratives and
This
they
is
pick
James,
the ones
right?
that work.
This is James, right?
They test the narratives and pick the ones that work. So to your point, I agree with your point. Your point is basically, hey, Black people have realized that the voting system is a sham. Oh, cool. Russia picks up on that and says, let's use that. Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
Hey, man, it's appreciate talking to you.
Pleasure was mine, brother. You have a great night.
I
Stay
think
safe
you're right
and
about
stay healthy.
everything except George Soros.
Yeah, no doubt. He's part of it. You have a great one, man. That was good. I like that. Did y'all like that? I liked it. Oh, gotta pick up somebody else. Let's see. Starbucks. It's crazy. First, let me say, if you are black, African American, or brown, Hispanic, Latino, and you're still voting, you're a goddamn fool. Voting will not get us anything. Nothing. Nobody that is put in office by black people does anything for black people. And the Hispanic and Latinos that are getting anything done for themselves is because they are of European descent, not the indigenous descent. America hates all the descendants of the indigenous people, of whom black people are a huge majority. Everybody wants black people to believe that they're African. They are not. And that's coming to light. The one thing I'll give FBA, Tariq Nasheed, credit for is that they're uncovering the fact that upwards, and I'm going to go high, upwards of 70% of what we call black people are in fact indigenous people, indigenous to the Americas, whether it's North America, South America, Central America, Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada. They are indigenous. The problem with FBA is that they want to exclude every other black person that isn't North American, and they're undermining their own power. And without that unity, much like every other movement amongst black people, it's going to fail. Because unless all black people, I'm talking about in the Americas, unless all black people unite under one banner, America ain't going to give a shit. That's what's powerful about China and Japan and India and every other motherfucker that's in America. It's that they unite under one banner. Chinese unite with Chinese. Doesn't matter what their belief system is, their political beliefs, their religious and spiritual beliefs, or any other belief. They're all Chinese. And they band together. And the only people who don't have any unity is black people and brown people. We have no fucking unity. I mean, look at how fucked up we are. We're not only separated by nationality, creed, but now we're also separated by color, black and brown. Dumbass. You're a dumbass. So he's partly right with the whole George Soros thing, because it's just part of it. George Soros is just part of the cabal, but his money is part of it. His money does run shit. And that money was used for political. Anyway, I'm picking up. Hello, how are you, sir? May I have your pin, sir?
have a kind of sin inside. So like you can be believer, but you can like you do things that God never gonna accept. But it's still doing the same thing, like drink, smoke. Like you think like in the past was like a not like before. Over here now we have vapes, we have everything. In the past was not was not all this like these drugs. Right now we have a drugs like everywhere, all the kinds, and the people like think that like they are more smarter than everybody.
Yeah, well, we'll see when Christ returns.
A lot of people are gonna be I believe in you.
Yeah,
but no obey.
He's gonna say, remove yourself from me. I never knew you.
Yeah.
Oh, you who work iniquity. Those are 11 words I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear, well done, my good and faithful servant. Right, well done. Because that's crazy. They believe in Christ, but they're homos. But they're homos. They homos eating pork chops.
Okay, Danny.
Be good, man. Have a great day.
Enjoy your rest of the day.
Thank you, sir. You as well. People. Just so you know, those of you who are listening, if you say you believe in Christ or God, and like I said, you know, everybody has their own God. My God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Most High God, and my King is Christ. And He's the Holy One of Israel. And that God frowns, not even frowns, prohibits a lot of the behaviors that are being exhibited today on the earth. Now, it is true that He gave His laws and His statutes unto Isaac and Jacob, right? His ordinances and His ways. He gave that to Jacob, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Noah and Adam, you know, aligned. Everyone who believed in Him from the onset. But it's crazy. You know what, Leah? Let me let you watch this real quick.
Do Jews deny the sun? Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah.
Bear with me just a moment.
Not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol. The Canaanite.
I don't know. Maybe my data is low. I don't know.
That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch and Baal. The symbols, the statements, the Talmud, it's all there, it's all obvious. The Talmud is clearly satanic. The symbols are satanic. The denying of Christ is satanic. They do not serve Jehovah. They do not serve our God. What does it say? Read it again. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. They don't serve the Father. So many Christians are going, we serve the same God. We worship the same God. They're God's chosen people. They are Canaanites. They are not serving God. They do not know the Messiah. They have actually boldly rejected Jesus and have made statements like He's boiling in excrement in hell.
Can you explain why the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces and Gehenom? That's because Jesus went against God by telling people that they should follow him instead of God. And he spoke against the sages, and he was a Makhtiar Rabim. He was what's called someone that entices the public to sin. And the punishment for someone that entices the public to sin is to go to Gehenom, to a segment of Gehenom, the 7th level of Gehenom, and there's a certain section in there that's boiling feces, and that's where he is.
I don't care what they say. I don't care that they say they're part of a synagogue and they worship the same God. No, they don't. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. May they repent and come to know him. Some Canaanites can be saved. John 8:42, Jesus said to them, if God were your Father, you would love me. If God were their Father, they would love Jesus. Now, you know you're deceived if you think you need to believe a man in a funny hat or a nation that the Rothschilds built over the words of Jesus Christ, the Lord himself. You've been deceived if you think God is their Father when Jesus explicitly tells you, no. Look at verse 44, very clear. You are of your father the devil. This is the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not, but lie. The Canaanites, the Edomites, those that had infiltrated Israel, they are of their father the devil.
The devil. They are of their father the devil. I'm going to play that again in just a minute. This doesn't go over very well. I will arrive to you in just under 3 minutes.
Director for Paul Thomas Anderson, David Willis, is in Los Angeles.
This year's Academy Awards have been described as the tightest race.
Turn right on Jefferson Avenue, then turn right on Bayard Avenue.
History even before the ceremony got underway, picking up a record 16 nominations.
Turn right on Bayard Avenue, then turn left on Livingston Avenue.
Best Director went to one battle after another, a dramatic comedy about a former revolutionary searching for his teenage daughter, thus cementing Paul Thomas Anderson's place as one of the foremost filmmakers of his generation. Sinners star Michael B. Jordan
Turn left on Livingston Avenue.
as identical twins, and the film's writer-director Ryan Coogler picked up the first Academy Award of his career, as did Autumn Durold Akapor, who became the first woman in Oscars history to be named Best Cinematographer.
Initial results in the first round of France's local elections show the incumbent socialists ahead in Paris, but success for the far left and far right elsewhere. The capital's
Just ahead, take up Fiorella on the left.
Manuel Gregoire with a strong lead. The Ugandan opposition leader Bobby Wine has confirmed to the BBC that he and his family have left the country after spending nearly 2 months in hiding. The singer-turned-politician had disputed January's presidential election, won by the long-time leader Yoweri Museveni. He said that what he called the regime wanted to eliminate him. The Winter Paralympic Games have come to a close.
On the left.
Extinguishing of the Paralympic cauldrons during a glittering closing ceremony. Thousands of athletes, fans and dignitaries gathered in the mountain resort of Cortina for the event, which included the formal handover to the next host, the nearby French Alps. And that's the latest BBC News.
I'm your weekend host, Sharon Reich Garson. It's Sunday, March 15th. Today, Iran arrests dozens of people it accuses of helping Israel target the military. The U.S. pressures allies to send warships to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Economic officials from the US and China meet in Paris ahead of Trump's trip to Beijing. And F1 calls off races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
At IKEA, your dreams can come true. Well, maybe not the ones where you're being chased by a monster. We're talking about kitchen drains. And there are IKEA products and solutions for all of them. Whether it's a whole new kitchen, a statement glassware set, or just new cutlery. If you got big dreams or small dreams and any size of budget, IKEA can help you bring them to life. Visit IKEA.us/dreamkitchen to learn more. Dream the possibility.
Iran has arrested dozens of people it accuses of helping Israel target military sites. That's according to local media. State-linked outlets report that security forces have detained suspects across several provinces, accusing them of gathering intelligence on sensitive locations and economic infrastructure. Officials say the roundup is part of a broader push to stop what they describe as ground-level tip-offs to Israel. The U.S. president is threatening terror strikes on for allies to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. On Saturday, Trump telling NBC News, quote, "We may hit it a few more times, just for fun." The remarks signal
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Rejects new efforts by Middle Eastern allies to start ceasefire talks. 3 sources tell Reuters that Oman and Egypt have been trying to open diplomatic channels, but Washington is brushing them off. And Iran is refusing to come to the table until U.S. and Israeli strikes stop. 2 senior ceasefire for now. They also say several countries have been trying to mediate an end to the conflict. And with no diplomatic movement, the fallout continues to spill into the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow, crucial oil route seeing drone attacks and shipping disruptions. That's raised fuel prices across Asia and is pushing Japan, which relies on the Middle East for 90% of its oil supply, to release a record 80 million barrels of oil per day. Tokyo says that's a roughly 45-day supply and will cut national reserves by 17%. Energy analysts say the move mainly buys time, but can't fully offset a prolonged Hormuz disruption. Meanwhile, U.S. officials are urging allies to buy more American energy. Iran has allowed some Indian vessels to sail through the Strait of Hormuz, a rare exception to the blockade. Here's a representative for Iran's supreme leader in India, Abdul Majid Hakim Alahi.
Yes, the oil and the ships which support our enemies, that they are not allowed to do, but the other countries, they should not be suffering.
But many Indian sailors have been stuck for 2 weeks, and they say they're growing increasingly desperate as drone and missiles hit ships nearby. Reporter Saurabh Sharma has more.
The situation as of now is that there are about 20 tankers and vessels which are stuck, and they have a lot of Indian that initially they were not able to access the internet. Then they started seeing drones. They even saw fighter jets passing. And according to the sailors that I spoke to, the only option that they have now is to sail to the nearest port of a different country where the airspace is still open. Or the alternate route for them would be to stay with the ship till they get a clearance to come out or pass through that Strait of Hormuz. The authorities in Iran and the authorities from India is communicating with them very regularly, and they are assuring that nothing will happen. Iran's ambassador has repeated that India and Iran have been friends. Even the Indian Prime Minister had a telephonic conversation with the Iranian Prime Minister. So, given the cultural relations that India shares with Iran. India is a major exporter of rice to Iran. So I think these are the leverages that India has.
As New Delhi works diplomatic channels, protests have erupted across the gas shortage. Demonstrators were seen carrying gas cylinders and chanting while moving through the streets. Residents report being stuck waiting in hours-long lines due to disruptions in liquefied petroleum gas, the cooking gas millions rely on. Like Shiv Kumar, who took time off of work to line up at 5 a.m., but left empty-handed with it all sold out. Without gas, some like teacher Mohammed Parvez are turning to fire, burning wood from school benches or whatever scraps they can find to cook their meals. India's government's asking people not to panic to avoid stockpiling. Top US and Chinese economic officials are meeting in Paris today to smooth out the path for President Trump's trip to Beijing later this month. The talks are being led by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Chinese Vice Premier He Lifeng. And they're focusing on some of the toughest issues: tariffs, rare earths, U.S. high-tech export controls, and China's purchase of American farm goods. But U.S.-China analysts tell Reuters they're not expecting a major trade breakthrough, with Washington's attention being pulled toward the war in Iran.
Yes! Yes! A Lego set is a gift that always clicks. And clicks. And clicks. For kids who love to save the day, choose a Lego set. A gift that always clicks.
Formula One is canceling its April races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia as the conflict in Iran intensifies. F1 says security risks, including Iranian drone and missile strikes hitting Manama and airport closures across the Gulf, make holding the races unsafe. Reuters motorsports correspondent Alan Baldwin says it's unlikely those events will be rescheduled.
What I've been told from those in the paddock in the know of it, the likelihood is that the calendar will go from 24 races be scheduled anywhere else for logistical reasons, which will mean that effectively April is a month without racing in Formula 1.
3 Iranian women's soccer players who sought asylum in Australia are now choosing to return to Iran. It's a sharp turnaround after refusing to sing the national anthem. Australia says the women were granted humanitarian visas and offered support to stay. Another member changed her mind last week. Protesters attacked a Communist Party office in Moran after a rally over blackouts and shortages. Show a large fire and crowds shouting liberty. State media say police detained 5 people. President Miguel Diaz-Canel says anger over power cuts is understandable. There will be no impunity for vandalism or violence.
It's good
We
right here.
spoke to Dan Trotta, who's in our Havana bureau, about how these shortages are shaping
You're welcome. Have a good night.
I've been traveling to Cuba on and off for the past 10 years, and this is by far. There's always been shortages, but the shortages of food, water, medicine are more acute than ever. And on top of that, now you have the fuel shortage caused by what's essentially a U.S. oil blockade, preventing oil shipments from coming into the country. Fuel is being rationed. The country's ground to a halt.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, President Trump says he's in talks with several nations about releasing the Strait of Hormuz as his war against Iran continues to rattle the world economy. He's also warned that NATO faces a very bad future if member states don't help America to unblock the vital waterway. Iran's attacks on vessels in the strait has seen prices hit $4 a barrel. Speaking on Air Force One, Donald Trump again criticised Keir Starmer for being reluctant to support US efforts when the conflict started.
Now, it would have been nice if the UK was reluctant to put its new aircraft carriers into harm's way. That would be 2 weeks ago. And as soon as we demolished, essentially pretty much demolished it, we said we'd like to send our aircraft carriers. I said, I don't want them after we've done the war. I want it before.
Sir Keir Starmer is due to set out support for families struggling with the cost of heating oil, which has soared due to the conflict. More than 1.5 million households rely on fuel, which isn't covered by the energy price cap. The UK Health Security Agency says it will provide antibiotics for some students in the Canterbury area after an outbreak of meningitis. 2 people have died, including a student at the University of Kent, and further 11 people are understood to be seriously ill in hospital. Employers are to be paid £3,000 for every young person they hire who've been looking for a job for more than 6 months. Ministers want to bring down the rising number of people aged between 18 to 24 who are not in work, training or education. The 98th Academy Awards overnight, the political thriller picked up 6 prizes, including the Oscar for Best Film. Michael B. Jordan won the Best Actor Award for portraying twin brothers, while Jessie Buckley was named Best Actress for her portrayal of William Shakespeare's wife in Hamlet.
Isla, my little girl who is 8 months with absolutely no idea what's going on and is probably dreaming of milk. But this is kind of a big deal, and I love you and I love being your mom, and I can't wait to discover life beside you. It's Mother's Day in the UK today. So I would like to dedicate this to the beautiful chaos of a mother's heart.
In the city, the FTSE 100 will reopen later at 10,261 on Friday. The pound buys $1.32 and €1.15. LBC weather: early showers will gradually ease, but cloud will build from the west, bringing another band of rain to much of the UK by the afternoon. 13 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
Well, there's a very good morning to you from this morning. South Africa are world champions again. That's after the Blitzboks beat Fiji in New York to be crowned HSBC World Series champions.
These are added seconds in the cup title. South Africa in control. They got a penalty. Now it's theirs. Now they can celebrate. The Blitzboks. Their 4th title in 2026, and they are HSBC 7 Series champions.
Yeah, so let me take you through that final. South Africa scored 2 tries through as Philip Slayman's men claimed their 4th title in the 6th tournament shortened World Series. This is also South Africa's 7th tournament to win in the United States. Argentina defeated Australia 26-10 in the 3rd place playoff. In the Women's League, we had New Zealand who claimed the 5th series title after edging out Australia 22-21. And then we had a new look Protea side defeating New Zealand by 7 wickets in the first of 5 T20 internationals. Debutant Ngobane was dismissed for 91 runs inside 15 overs, which is the Black Caps' 10th lowest total in T20s. Easy work for Connor Easthuizen, who scored an unbeaten 45 as the Proteas eased to victory. The women Proteas lost their opening T20 match against New Zealand by 80 runs, with Amelia Kerr and Georgia Plymouth scoring half centuries. Liverpool, they've squandered a chance to go 4th in the Premier League after being held to a 1-0 draw by Tottenham. The champions conceding in the last minute at Anfield, but do move to 5th place. Boss Arne Slot says it was the same old story.
We don't help ourselves at all. It's so many of times this season that we've created much more XG or chances than and the amount of goals we score. And usually in the Premier League, you see a lot of teams outperforming their XG.
Manchester United, they boosted their Champions League hopes with a 3-1 win over top four rivals Aston Villa and Kaizer Chiefs. Now back to winning ways. That's after a hard-fought 1-0 win against Durban.
Do Jews deny the Son? Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah, not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch and Baal. The symbols, the statements, the Talmud, it's all there, it's all obvious. The Talmud is clearly satanic. The symbols are satanic. The denying of Christ is satanic. They do not serve Jehovah. They do not serve our God. What does it say? Read it again. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. They don't serve the Father. So many Christians are going, we serve the same God. We worship the same God. They're God's chosen people. They are Canaanites. They are not serving God. They do not know the Messiah. They have actually boldly rejected Jesus and have made statements like he's boiling in excrement in hell.
Can you explain why the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces in Gehenom? That's because Jesus went against God by telling people that they should follow him instead of God. And he spoke against the sages. And he was a Machti Arabim. He was what's called someone that entices the public to sin. And the punishment for someone that entices the public to sin is to go to Gehenom, to a segment of Gehenom, the seventh level of Gehenom, and there's a certain section in there that's boiling feces, and that's where he is.
I don't care what they say. I don't care that they say they're part of a synagogue and they worship the same God. No, they don't. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. May they repent and come to know him. Some Canaanites can be saved. John 8:42, Jesus said to them, if God were your Father, you would love me. If God were their Father, they would love Jesus. Now, you know you're deceived if you think you need to believe a man in a funny hat or a nation that the Rothschilds built over the words of Jesus Christ, the Lord himself. You've been deceived if you think God is their Father when Jesus explicitly tells you, no. Look at verse 44, very clear. You are of your father the devil. This is the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not but lie. The Canaanites, the Edomites, those that had infiltrated Israel, they are of their father the devil.
The Bible says that, not that man. Piece of shit. Hello, how are you? I am well, thank you. Sorry about the wait. I had to get out of his way.
City in the Betway Prem. Darren Moore, 20 seconds, F1. I actually watch this race. I like this excitement everyone has for this new look F1. Yeah, the instant access to speed. Like this whole car and all that kind of stuff. 20 seconds, what happens? So, as I said, race between Mercedes and Ferrari. It's wonderful to see Ferrari back, and it looks like those are the two to beat. McLaren and Red Bull are off the place completely. They're probably going to wait till the middle of the season for upgrades to even.
RNZ News at 5. Kia ora, ko Susangalea Tawa DNA. The Finance Minister says the country's fuel orders are secure and normal levels of stock are in the country and on their way by sea. Gull petrol stations experienced a 15% rise in demand yesterday and some pumps ran dry. Fuel are on their way to New Zealand and the government will work with fuel companies to secure supplies. But she warns the situation could change.
If the conflict is prolonged, there could be a point in the future at which fuel importers do face challenges securing orders. That is because Asian fuel refineries, who New Zealand imports most of our fuel from, do typically rely on the Middle East for their stocks of oil.
Nicola Willis says there will be an update later in the week of the number of days of fuel left in the country. A man who has twice been ruled insane after committing 2 separate killings can now be named. Our national crime correspondent Sam Sherwood reports.
RNZ can reveal the man is Leslie Raymond, who killed 2 people more than 2 decades apart, beheading his partner, Fiona Malolo, in 1997, and then in 2024, fatally stabbing his mother, Heather Condon. Name suppression lapsed today. A judge ruled last year that Parr was legally insane at the time he caused his mother's death. He was detained in a hospital with a special patient under the Mental Health Act. Health NZ says the case is incredibly tragic and it's understandable people feel let down and want answers about Parr's care and release into the community. An external review is currently being finalised.
The 98th Academy Awards have wrapped up in Los Angeles, with New Zealanders taking home 2 of the awards. Horror film Sinners and action drama One Battle After Another both snapped up multiple Oscars, as World Watch's Neva Chittick reports.
New Zealander Kate Hawley took out Best Costume Design for her work on Frankenstein.
I'm so grateful, and thank you very much for recognising our craft.
Elsewhere, Sinners secured Best Actor for Michael B. Jordan and Best Original Score, while its Autumn Gerald Akapau has become the first woman to win Best Cinematography. But One Battle After Another has swept the major awards, bagging 6 statues, including Best Picture, Director and Supporting Actor. Ireland's Jessie Buckley has completed a clean Best Actress sweep across the BAFTAs, Oscars and Golden Globes for playing Shakespeare's wife in Hamnet.
The Prime Minister says he wants to move past the miscommunication over his new Samoan title. Christopher Luxon has officially been bestowed his Matai title, and Samoa's government has admitted he did not make any request for it. Mr. Luxon says the Samoan Prime Minister cleared it up.
He's issued a statement, and I just think I'll leave it there. I mean, we've had a very successful day, both in our bilateral and also with our cabinet ministers and ministers involved as well. And it's been a very constructive time, just identifying areas of common ground we want to deepen up and identify where we can do more work together.
Mr. Luxon says his new title is ceremonial, but is also a commitment and association with Apia. That's really important. A public health expert wants to see more regular independent research into the size of New Zealand's illegal tobacco market. Customs is warning that tobacco smuggling into the country is becoming more organised, large-scale and sophisticated. Professor of Public Health at the University of Auckland, Chris Bullen, says the black market could be between 5 and 10% of the total market, but more monitoring is needed. Explosions have been reported across the Iranian capital, with plumes of smoke rising near the airport. Israel's military says it's conducting wide-scale strikes on Tehran as the war enters its 17th day. Iran has also continued retaliatory drone and missile attacks on US allies across the Middle East. The BBC's Azadeh Mushiri is in Dubai.
We've been walking around here in Dubai in areas that typically should be very busy. And there are people who are there, who are still gathering, but fewer than usual. Hotels are empty. Businesses are telling us that they're not seeing the kind of business they get from tourism and that they're worried about how long this will continue. As far as the authorities here in Dubai, a presidential advisor has warned that it has a right to defend, the UAE does, against what it called imposed terrorist aggression.
There seems to be overwhelming positivity and support for the outgoing Fonterra CEO. Miles Harrell is leaving the dairy co-op after 25 years. David Seymour says Mr. Harrell has built up the cooperative in challenging times and is prepared to stay for a lengthy period to hand over his duties. The winner of one of New Zealand's biggest fishing prizes has a plan for his winnings. Harley Ra, who hails from Kaitaia but works in Perth, won more than $30,000 at the 90-mile beach snapper bonanza after hooking a 7.66 kilogram fish on Saturday. Mr. Ra says he already knows what to do with his prize money.
I just give it to the wife, and who decides she makes the smarter decisions.
To support the Blackfern Sevens overcame a 16-point deficit to beat Australia 22-21 in New York to successfully defend their World Series title. Down 21-5 in the second half, the Blackferns scored 3 unanswered tries to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The New Zealand captain Reese Podilane told Sky Sport she never doubted her side.
Finals footy can go either way, we all know that, but to grind it out when the odds may not be in your favour and with the scoreboard time, that the belief within every single person beside you is huge.
The All Black Sevens finished 6th in New York and 4th overall. New Zealand skier Adam Hall was speechless after winning a silver medal at his 6th Winter Paralympics in Italy this morning. The Wanaka skier improved from 4th after the first run to the silver medal position in the men's slalom standing, thanks to an impressive second run. The 38-year-old now has 6 medals from 6 Paralympics, taking him level with Patrick Cooper as the most decorated New Zealand Winter Paralympian. Hall says it was surreal.
Just had to lay everything out there after the first run, sitting in 4th, just to get up for it and attack it, and know that I had to just let it rip. Years and years of experience and just leave nothing behind. Yeah, wow.
4-time Grand Slam champion Yannick Sinner claimed his maiden Indian Wells title, defeating Daniil Medvedev 7-6, 7-6 in California. That's the news.
The Finance Minister stands by scrapping EV subsidies.
Don't accept the idea that giving subsidies to millions in Remuera would help those afflicted by high fuel prices right now.
ACC spies that a man is suspected of faking head injury symptoms.
Why would you do that to shopping party who needs the help?
Hollywood's biggest night is coming.
I just appreciate you wearing sequins this morning.
All the news here and there. Morning Report weekdays from 6 on RNZ National.
The short forecast from mid-service to midnight tomorrow: Northland, Auckland, Coromandel Peninsula and Bay of Plenty. Cloudy with isolated showers, mainly fine from tomorrow afternoon. The chance of a shower remains about Northland. For the remainder of the North Island, Central Plateau and Eastern Ranges. Quarter to Westland, partly cloudy, isolated showers. Showers becoming more frequent in Westland tomorrow afternoon. Fiordland, cloudy, possibly heavy from late. Cloud about Canterbury and coastal Marlborough. Otago and Southland cloudy, a few spots of rain mainly about the southern coast, and Chatham Islands mainly fine, a few showers tomorrow morning. RNZ National, it is 8 minutes past 5. You're with Checkpoint and Lisa Owen.
Kia ora e ho no mai hoki mai. This is Checkpoint ko Lisa Owen tēnei.
A group of big energy consumers say power prices need to hold steady this winter, with businesses already shouldering cost increases driven by war in the Middle East. The major electricity users group includes Fonterra and meat exporter Ansco, Woolworths and DataGrid. That's the company building a $3.5 billion artificial intelligence factory near Invercargill. Together, the members account for more than a quarter of New Zealand's energy use. Over the past 2 years, various manufacturers, including several mills, have closed due to energy costs. John Harwood is the chair of the major...
Your province, your news. East Coast Radio Newswatch.
An investigation is underway after a fire gutted a warehouse in Hammersdale in the west of Durban. Eteguni Fire responded to the blaze at Coveway Industrial Park yesterday. Authorities say the flames spread through large sections of the facility. Eteguni Fire managed to contain the blaze before it could spread to neighbouring businesses.
No person was reported injured, and because of the fire is under investigation. Total of 5 fire stations from item in total, fires of plastics,
And the police and the army are on a mission to claim back communities under the influence of criminal networks. More than 2,000 soldiers are being deployed to 5 provinces, including the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Gauteng. It's just illegal mining and gangsterism. National Police Commissioner Fanny who was speaking yesterday during a briefing.
Whatever it is, the audience decides that the adventure is not only about enforcement, it's about restoring stability, ensuring entrustment to communities, and law enforcement, and creating safe
Rutsani Makwanya says criminal activities that lead to the loss of lives.
That this is
But do you want to go to dinner?
My brother said it later tonight.
Have a good day, dear. You're welcome so much. Let's watch that again.
Do Jews deny the Son? Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah, not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch and Baal. The symbols, the statements, the Talmud, it's all there, it's all obvious. The Talmud is clearly satanic. The symbols are satanic. The denying of Christ is satanic. They do not serve Jehovah. They do not serve our God. What does it say? Read it again. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. They don't serve the Father. So many Christians are going, we serve the same God. We worship the same God. They're God's chosen people. They are Canaanites. They are not serving God. They do not know the Messiah. They have actually boldly rejected Jesus and have made statements like he's boiling in excrement in hell.
Can you explain why the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces in Gehenom? That's because Jesus went against God by telling people that they should follow him instead of God. And he spoke against the sages, and he was a Makhti Rabim. He was what's called someone that entices the public to sin. And the punishment for someone that entices the public to sin is to go to Gehenom, to a segment of Gehenom, the 7th level of Gehenom, and there's a certain section in there that's boiling feces, and that's where he is.
I don't care what they say. I don't care that they say they're part of a synagogue and they worship the same God. No, they don't. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. May they repent and come to know him. Some Canaanites can be saved. John 8:42, Jesus said to them, if God were your Father, you would love me. If God were their Father, they would love Jesus. Now, you know you're deceived if you think you need to believe a man in a funny hat or a nation that the Rothschilds built over the words of Jesus Christ, the Lord himself. You've been deceived if you think God is their Father when Jesus explicitly tells you, no. Look at verse 44, very clear. You are of your father the devil. This is the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not, but lie. The Canaanites, the Edomites, those that had infiltrated Israel, they are of their father the devil. Do Jews deny the Son? Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah, not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch and Baal. The symbols, the statements, the Talmud, it's all there, it's all obvious. The Talmud is clearly satanic. The symbols are satanic. The denying of Christ is satanic. They do not serve Jehovah. They do not serve our God. What does it say? Read it again. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. They don't serve the Father. So many Christians are going, we serve the same God. We worship the same God. They're God's chosen people. They are Canaanites. They are not serving God. They do not know the Messiah. They have actually boldly rejected Jesus and have made statements like he's boiling in excrement in hell.
Can you explain why the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces in Gehenom? That's because Jesus went against God by telling people that they should follow him instead of God. And he spoke against the sages, and he was a Makhti Rabim. He was what's called someone that entices the public to sin. And the punishment for someone that entices the public to sin is to go to Gehinnom, to a segment of Gehinnom, the 7th level of Gehinnom, and there's a certain section in there that's boiling feces, and that's where he is.
I don't care what they say. I don't care that they say they're part of a synagogue and they worship the same God. No, they don't. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. May they repent and come to know him. Some Canaanites can be saved. John 8:42, Jesus said to them, if God were your Father, you would love me. If God were their Father, they would love Jesus. Now, you know you're deceived if you think you need to believe a man in a funny hat or a nation that the Rothschilds built over the words of Jesus Christ, the Lord himself. You've been deceived if you think God is their Father when Jesus explicitly tells you, no. Look at verse 44, very clear. You are of your father the devil. This is the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not but lie. The Canaanites, the Edomites, those that had infiltrated Israel, they are of their father the devil.
says seven players originally asked for humanitarian visas last week during persecution after they refused to sing the national anthem at the Women's Asian Cup. Australian Minister Christine McPhing says the government provided a safe environment for the players.
I think our government's been very open with the Australian people about the steps that we've taken to ensure that these women in the Iranian soccer team and support staff had every opportunity to make their own decisions in this regard.
4 of those 7 women have now decided to leave Australia. Their tournament ended just as airstrikes in Iran killed the country's supreme leader. For many, the war in Ukraine is being eclipsed by the escalating conflict in the Middle East. But Ukraine's president is warning allies that the two wars are now deeply interconnected. Volodymyr Zelensky says the conflict in Iran could bring desperately needed air defense supplies from Ukraine, especially as Tehran and Moscow ramp up their military cooperation. Dominic Velitis reports.
Ukraine is on the front line of drone warfare. The lessons it's learned from attacks. And allies facing the threat of Iranian drones. But that has put Ukraine in Iran's firing line, with the head of the country's Parliamentary Committee on National Security declaring Ukraine is now a legitimate target, providing Israel with drone support. The warning comes after President Volodymyr Zelensky told CNN Iran was now using Russian-made Shahed drones in the current Middle East conflict.
I have 100% facts that they bases and against all Middle East. We saw intelligence shared with us some details, and it was Russian details in these Iranian drones.
Also claiming Russia is now providing Iran with intelligence. The claims come as Ukraine deals with the aftermath of another huge Russian strike. As well as missiles and guided bombs, Russia has reportedly launched hundreds of drones this weekend, killing and injuring several people. Another example of the devastation drones cause and the increasingly central role they play in modern warfare. Dominic Velitis from CBC News, Bristol.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is in Oslo today. He's meeting the leaders of 5 Nordic countries to discuss a growing list of shared challenges. Carney said the group is focused on a more secure Arctic region while also looking to bolster digital infrastructure and climate sustainability.
Challenges to Arctic security, challenges that come from the changing nature of warfare, challenges which interact with changing technologies and conflicts, both actual and virtual, that are moving closer to all of us.
Carney says the leaders are also looking at ways to strengthen their economies by creating more jobs and enhancing security beyond traditional defense. A Cree community in Ontario's north has been in a state of emergency since January the 4th. The Szechuan First Nation doesn't have clean drinking water due to issues with the water treatment plant. Around 2,000 evacuees are now living in hotel rooms across Ontario. Now the Federal Indigenous Services Minister has visited the largest group of evacuees in Niagara Falls. Jonathan Mignon reports.
That was just a frustration on my part. The Szechuan chief Hosea Wesley says he's had a change of heart. A week ago, he wanted Indigenous Services Minister Randy Galmasti to resign. But that was before evacuees shared their frustrations with her at the Niagara Falls meeting.
I truly believe that the Szechuan First Nation and Government of Canada work together to resolve this issue. A long, outstanding issue.
People from the community say they're frustrated with the government's response to the clean water crisis. Wesley says 6 people have died since January 4th. He did not give the causes of death out of respect for the families. But he said he believes 3 of the people would still be alive if it weren't for issues with the water plant and the evacuations. Repairs to the water treatment plant are at least 8 weeks away. The community has asked for over a decade to be relocated to an area not prone to flooding every spring. Susan Wynn is a member of the Szechuan's Band Council.
She's not doing her job. She's not helping First Nation people. She's ignoring people. That's what I feel. I'm angry. I'm mad.
Minister Galmasti says she understands the community's frustration and
and has made strides with local leaders.
Wasn't my favorite day to hear that kind of feedback, but I know it comes from a place of frustration, and I'm here to be as supportive and open as I can with this one.
Bill Massey says the federal government supports the community plans to relocate to Ireland. Jonathan Vigneault, CBC News, Niagara Falls, Ontario.
And finally, in London, Ontario, a courthouse modeled after an Irish castle is at the centre of a debate over Canada's heritage protection laws. The nearly 200-year-old structure is a National Historic Site, but as Colin Butler reports, plans for a 54-story residential tower next to it as locals worry.
It's very much a symbol of the city, but it's also the most recognizable building in the city of London.
That's local historian and tour guide Steve Liggett talking about the Middlesex County Courthouse. It looks like a medieval castle planted in a modern city. For decades, he's walked visitors through its long past to life, but now Liggett finds himself worrying about the building's future.
I would like to believe that nobody is crazy enough to try and tear it down.
York Developments bought the building in 2019. Now it wants to build a 54-story tower next to it. By CBC News show the excavation will come close to the nearly 200-year-old building, testing the limits of protections meant to preserve it.
When a place becomes a National Historic Site, is there's no protection for that place.
Patricia Kell is the CEO of National Trust Canada, a charity for historic preservation.
Canada is the only G7 nation that does not have this kind of legislation.
Falls to the province. York Developments declined to comment, but to build its tower, it needs the green light from Ontario Heritage Trust. The agency says it is yet to receive the developer's plan to ensure the courthouse isn't damaged. Colin Butler, CBC News, London, Ontario. And that is the latest national and international news from World Report. News anytime on our website, cbcnews.ca.
Is it here or no?
No, it's right with us here.
This one?
That's CBC News.
For more CBC podcasts, go to cbc.ca.
Go straight back?
No,
you're good right here. Right?
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Thank you, man. You're welcome, guys. Have a good morning.
As the U.S.-Israel war with Iran enters week 3, President Trump is sending more than 2,000 Marines to the Middle East. He's also urging allies to send warships to try and break Iran's hold on a key oil shipping route. Meanwhile, on Sunday, Israel announced new attacks on western Iran as the Iranian regime attempts to regroup behind a new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. With all this happening, many Americans no doubt have. That's especially true for Americans who trace their roots to Iran, like Nick Mafi. He's an Iranian-American writer who wrote this in a recent essay for the Wall Street Journal. Every piece of Iranian diaspora culture was built on the bedrock of the regime's permanence, gave exiles their shape. You, your family, and your closest friends were here because that was there, and that was not going to change. Saturday, February 28th, that changed. That was the day President began her. Nick Mafi grew up in suburban Ohio, but his family has deep roots in Iran. His parents are originally from there, and get this, Mafi's great uncle was once the country's prime minister, although that was decades before the Islamic Revolution of 1979, when the current theocratic regime took over. watched the war unfolding and the initial celebrations among Iranian Americans, and says he felt something like vertigo. The diaspora is navigating a feeling that has no precedent in our collective experience. The possibility that exile might end, not the certainty, possibility. Impossibility, after 47 years of permanence, turned out to be the most disorienting thing of all. Since that day, more than 2 weeks ago, Mafi told me that he and other Iranians in the US have felt a mix of hope and fear. And so when we spoke to him recently, I started asking him, first, what does he hope for? First and foremost, that is that the bombing stops, the killing stop. That's my first hope. I just want to full stop say that. The second hope is that this could be a catalyst for the world to one day see Iran for what it actually is. You know, the late Anthony Bourdain, when he visited Iran, said something I've never forgotten in one of his episodes. He said that of all the places he had traveled in the world, it was in Iran where he was treated most warmly by total strangers. I think anyone listening to this who knows Iranian American in their life knows this warm, generous, ancient people. That's the Iran that I carry, and honestly, that's the Iran I hope survives this. For 2 weeks, we've been hearing daily news about Israel and US striking Iran, as well as Iran attacking neighboring countries in the Gulf region and ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And still, there is no clear end to this fighting in sight. So how are you processing that? It's difficult, to say the least. I won't go into specifics for their own safety, but I can say that the distance between us has never felt wider. I say in the essay, you know, I'm losing sleep over the videos that I'm seeing from Iran, but the fact remains the people in those videos are losing their lives, and the distance between those two experiences is the width of my luck. And that distance is something I now think about every single day. It wasn't something I thought about before February 28th, if I'm being honest. I took it for granted, really. But the thing I was curious about was, with all of the news coverage around the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran right now, wish people knew more about when it comes to Iran. You know, I want Americans to understand that Iranians truly want the same thing they do: safety, dignity, voice. My parents never went back to Iran because those things disappeared. They came to America because they believed those things existed here, and they were right. People that the American public are watching on the news right now, the ones running from the bombs, the ones celebrating in the streets one moment and then retreating indoors for safety the next, they want the exact same thing every American already has. They're dying for it right now. In your PC discussions now in Ohio with family. So what kinds of things are you hearing from family members about this? Again, I think it's a lot of that vertigo, a lot of oscillation, hope mixed with fear, followed by hope again. Next week is the Persian New Year. Every year the Persian New Year is on the first day of spring, and that is coming up next week. So Iranian families from all over the world getting together with my family in Washington, D.C., and we're going to be doing what every other Iranian family is doing, which is setting a table with 7 symbolic items. But this year, for the first time, Iranian American families are gathering to celebrate the New Year. They're doing it with backdrop of this war in Iran. And I think it's going to be an extremely strange moment. I think there'll be a lot of heavy feelings, to say the least. And the Persian New Year, in Farsi, it's Nowruz. Nowruz means new day. But I don't think anyone in the diaspora knows what kind of new day we're walking into. I think that's the reality of every conversation that's being had right now. I'm curious, have you ever been to Iran? I visited Iran once when I was young.
Man. Well, how are you?
Took us before my brother would have been old enough to be forced.
Jersey City?
Yes, sir.
You got it.
Not memories, of course, but they're fleeting. The Iran I really know is for me at home in Ohio. Do you ultimately have hope that you might be able to Iran again?
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Now, this is quite a seismic event and so much bigger than my creativity. So I pray that I can, but in all honesty, I don't know.
We've been speaking with Nick Mafi. He's an Iranian-American writer who's based in Brooklyn. Nick, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You don't have to turn down whatever you want to listen to.
Copy that. Just trying to catch up on,
Yeah, no.
the bullshit.
Yeah, I hear it, man. Whatever you want. It's your car, bro. Whatever you want to listen to, go ahead. How about it? Just along for a ride.
I can dig it.
Always open to listening to whatever's going on.
And there's a lot going on.
So much going on. So much going on.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a 3 weeks.
Yes. Longer than 3 weeks, but the 3 weeks, the last 3 weeks has been a lot.
Yeah.
A little extra.
A little extra, right?
A lot extra, maybe.
Yeah. As my son would say, 3 much.
3 much.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, I fell in love with it when he said it.
How old's your son?
He's 25 now.
Oh, all right, man, that's awesome. 3 much is, yeah, it's been 3 much, man.
Yeah. It's all bullshit. I mean, it's happening.
Yeah.
But it's all bullshit. It's all planned. They don't call it a world stage for nothing.
No.
It's all theater.
Fucking 100%, bro. We're literally just sitting here as players, right? Like, in the game, but we don't have, we have no control. So it'd be nice if we had some control and we figure our way.
No, you know what? We do. Problem is that we're afraid to exercise that control. Because we do. The people, we do. For instance, right? Everything that's happening is to ensure that the price of gas goes up to $4.50 a gallon. Like it went from 75 cents to $1.25 to $2.50 to $3, and now they want it to go up to $4. So in order to do that, they got to create some conflict. And if we pay it, they'll never go back down, ever. Right? So, okay, cool. No sweat. No worries. All we have to do is stop. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. People, I mean, just us.
Yeah.
Because we're not in the game. We're the spectators.
Yes, sir.
Caesar said, you want to control the people? Give them bread and wine. Right? And in that wine, give them wonder and awe. Give them games. Give them wine, give them bread, and you'll control them. Right now, we're being controlled. You just said it. We can't do anything. That means that they've been successful in their campaign to convince us that we're powerless. But we're not. All we have to do is stop. The problem here is that those very same powers that have convinced us that we're powerless have also convinced us that we're different, that we're separate, that we are somehow greater and lesser than each other, that we are separated by race, ethnicity, nationality, and get this, color. That's still a thing. So before we can even stop, we have to kill that gorilla in the room. Right, the elephant in the room. But we're not gonna, because as long as that one exists, right, we can still feel like we're making a difference within our own lives. Unfortunately, that's exactly why we're going to lose the country. In fact, we've already lost the country. We're about to lose this war with gas. $3.59. $3.59. In California, it's past $5. I actually saw something on social media. A gentleman showed.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel George.
George. Pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Where gas has risen to $8 a gallon. Two idiots. Yeah, it's but it's by design.
The shitty thing is though, we're gonna get that many people mobilized to take a stand again. Social media is a wonderful thing,
right?
But it's also a horrible thing.
Yeah, it is.
Right? Because it's like there's so much misinformation that gets pushed out there, right? And it should be for people should be amazing thing to connect all of us to be able to try to push back against something that people want to push back against. But unfortunately, that I don't want to say wrong thing, right? But they get stuck in this. Get everybody to be on solid.
It's not going to happen.
There's that our political system has gotten so divided and people have gotten so divided that there's no longer a central belief. It's happening one extreme or the other extreme.
Yeah.
And it's like that's not what it's supposed to be about. Like you should be able to I should say pretty fucked up. I'm trying to like make it a word. Right? Like you should be able to support this thing that you believe in, but understand this other side, and the same way the other way, and then go, oh shit, there's this middle ground, and this higher power is doing a lot of fucked up shit that we need to all be on the same page again. And they have done such a good job to divide everybody. And it makes it so much harder.
People have always been divided, though. See, this is the thing, that the social construct in this country has never been addressed. Okay, ever. It was swept under the rug, right? Like I said, before we can unite to stop, we must unite to get rid of the big elephant in the room. And that's race, ethnicity, creed, color. Then we can move on to religion, separatism, tribalism. There's so much that has to be addressed that hasn't. And while the people haven't addressed it, the powers that keep it going, that perpetuate it, will continue to do that, because the greatest strategy any military mind has devised is divide and conquer. Right? We still haven't dealt with black and white in this country. Hasn't been dealt with because it's hurtful, right? So much so that America has decided that critical race theory is dangerous, not because it needs to be addressed, or not because it doesn't need to be addressed, but because they don't want to face, and by America I mean i.e. white people, right? Because when you look back at the formation of this republic, not a democracy, right? It was established by white people for white people. themselves and their posterity. This is what they said, right? People of color, Native Americans, Black people, or any other people were not included in that. The Constitution is clear, right? We've created amendments and, different bylaws that include people.
Yeah.
But the reality is that it was never meant for anyone but white Anglo-Saxon Protestant people. It's just what it is. It's why the government feels that it can dictate policy all across the world. I heard Donald Trump say that if the United States doesn't have a hand in picking the new Ayatollah from Iran, they'll never accept him and they'll kill him right away. But who the hell are you to dictate another country's leader? Right? But this is the mindset here. So until we address that mindset, because that's the thing, we won't address race because then we have to address the mindset, the superiority. And no one wants to admit that. No one wants to admit that they're prejudiced and bigoted. God forbid that they're racist. No one wants to admit that. And I'm saying this of every race. Everybody has some form of bigotry or prejudice. Everyone. Right? We want to deny it. No, I love all people. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I can speak from experience that I'm not a racist. I am bigoted though. I have stereotypical views of people.
Okay.
And
this problem was very big of you, right?
I mean, the facts are the facts.
Yeah.
Why lie?
Yeah.
No, big boy. Go ahead, you got it. And if we can all just admit it, then we can address it. Problem is, no one wants to admit it. And until they admit it, that can't be addressed, nor can class be addressed, nor systemic anything. Nothing can be addressed. So we can't unite, we can't do anything. The separation that they've caused was easy to cause it because we've always been separate, to come back to the beginning. We've always been separated, right? The only people that are united is the government. They say left wing, right wing, right? But it's the same damn bird. Same bird. At the end of every session, McConnell and Pelosi go out for drinks and say, how are we going to fuck the people today, Mitch? Well, I don't know, Nancy, but let's figure it out. Right? They don't call it a world stage for nothing. Everything is designed to keep us distracted while they do what they do. Hell, you heard anything about the Epstein file since this war? Right.
It's all hot and heavy.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, bang.
Yeah, we gotta start some shit. It's called Wagging the Dog. There was a movie back in the day. Dustin Hoffman, Robert De Niro. Called Wag the Dog.
Okay.
It was about some politician, bigwig politician, did some dirty shit, and he needed to distract the people so that he doesn't get in trouble. And he created a war and had it filmed, with a director, and the CIA was behind it. It was awesome. Great film.
Okay.
But it's eerily reminiscent of what's been happening in our lifetime. So the people, you and I, are not going to unite. We're not gonna. And if we do, by the time we do, we would have diminished our numbers so much that we can't stand against our real enemy, just government. The people who invaded this continent, conquered it, captured its indigenous people, and enslaved them, understood that. They understood that the greatest threat to freedom, liberty, is government. And if you allow it to get too big, well, then it serves you right. It serves you right. You did this. They said, when they asked, what have you done? That we've established a republic if you can keep it. They were clear. You have to fight for it. You got to keep it. It's up to you to keep it. But we didn't. The last true president of the United States in my lifetime said, government is getting too big. You need to stop it. And then they shot him. And it wasn't Kennedy. He wasn't in my lifetime. I was born in 70.
Okay.
It's Ronald Reagan.
Okay.
He argued for America,
Okay.
but the people didn't listen. And understanding that black people can't do anything in America. They can't. They wield no power. None. Absolutely none. The only people who can do something have given up. That's white people. This was established for white people, by white people. And they said, we've established for ourselves and our posterity a republic, if they can keep it. But somehow the government has convinced white people to let them deal with it. Everybody in government is supposed to be John and Jane Q. Public. You're supposed to be in public service. What is your nationality? What is your nationality?
American.
Which American?
White American.
Okay. You're supposed to be the governor, the mayor, the senator, the congressman, the alderman, the councilman, the sheriff. You're supposed to be in service. But the government has convinced you to let them deal with it. And they have usurped your power. Usurped it. Now they're the people and we're the subjects. Because white people dropped the ball. No one family was supposed to be running politics as many years as, let's say, Dianne Feinstein, who isn't even an American. She's an Israeli. Or Nancy Pelosi, whose family has been in politics in California for the last 70 years. Right? It was supposed to be term limits, and you're in there, take care of it. Who better to govern your community than you? You're in your community. You know your neighbors. You know your neighborhood. You know your schools. You know your business owners. You know everything. Who better to govern it? You. But they convinced you that it's not. Don't worry about it. We got it. And now you no longer, like the framers said, you'll be homeless in the continent that we conquered for you. Right? You don't own anything. Even if you own your home, think about it. You own it. You paid for it. It's free and clear. Missed 3 tax payments. It's not yours. It's not yours. It's theirs. Ownership remains with the state. Right? And all we have to do, the people, and this is white people, black people, brown people, yellow people, beige people, whatever people. Right. All we have to do is stop. For one day, one 24-hour period. Just stop. Nobody goes to work. Nobody drives. Nobody turns on the TV. Nobody uses the phone. Nobody spends any money in any way. One 24-hour period. And we'll send a message loud enough to this nation that we mean business. We don't have to protest. We don't have to march. We don't have to use violence. We just got to use our dollars and stop. But we're not going. Good luck convincing your neighbors, hey, just one day. One day. Don't use your phone. One day, turn off your TV, turn off your power for one 24-hour period. Shut it all down for one day. I'm sure the prices of everything will go down overnight. Overnight. I love roast beef. I don't know how you feel about roast beef. It's my favorite. You know, I love it. I asked my butcher, why the hell are you charging me $17.99 for roast beef? It's because you keep paying. Yeah.
Appreciate the honesty.
I swear. I told him I appreciate your candor. Thank you. But it sparked something in me.
Yeah.
It's true. If I stop buying it, he'll have to lower the price. Right? It's just what it is. But we're going to keep paying it because I like roast beef. Right? I need gas. It's what I do for a living. So I'm going to pay the $3.59, the $3.75 tomorrow. Because they're expecting oil to reach $180 a barrel by the end of this week. That means $5 at the pump. So now we got to choose between gas and milk. Good luck with that. All we have to do is just stop. And don't believe me? Right? If voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it. They wouldn't let us do it. If we could make a difference, they wouldn't let us do it. That's it. That's it. That's why I say I'm an American. I'm not a United States citizen. I'm an American. Huh?
When it comes to elections and everything else, they want to make you feel like you have control.
Absolutely.
But you don't.
No. If it, there are like 23 other elections that we don't know anything about in this nation. They appoint people. The president is appointed. He's selected by the Electoral College. He's got nothing. The popular vote means nothing. Yeah, that's it. I mean, some of them know how to wield that power. Shit, Donald Trump knows how to wield it, but his authority has been usurped because during his first administration, he came out swinging, and then they threw COVID at his ass. Take that. This kind of time, he came out swinging again, but Israel put him in his place quickly.
Very
like that. Let me let you know who's in charge, buddy. Oh damn, I was supposed to turn there. Shit. So yeah, our country has been taken over. And at this point, it's nothing. I don't believe there's anything we can do unless we all arm up and fight. But we're going to turn our guns on each other and not the government because, we're not the.
And again, it's unfortunate because we have a construct in social media where we should be able to communicate with each other and do it. Masses all, I don't want to say one shot, but the masses all together. But it doesn't get used that way. So
now they learn.
Everybody wants to jump on TikTok and
bullshit.
Just bullshit. Yeah, bullshit their way to it. Hey man, TikTok told me this. I can make soda bread. Yeah. I just learned how to make fucking cupcakes and shit.
Yeah,
this is amazing. I love TikTok. I can make cupcakes. No man, use that for something.
Well, see, but they've already tampered with that algorithm. The last time social media was used effectively was called Arab Spring, where they sent out one message and all those Arabs, I forget what nation that was, but it was called the Arab Spring, where they all hit the streets at the same time.
Okay.
Hundreds of millions of them at one time. And America said, no, we have to put a stop to this shit. We can't let that happen here, because if those ants ever figure out that they outnumber us 100 to 1, it's bad news for us. Yeah. We just don't pay attention. We don't listen. Plus, we're too busy. You got to go to work. You got to pay bills. You got a mortgage. You got bills, insurance, what kind of shit you got to pay. You got time to be marching and protesting. Anybody got no time for that shit?
Got to buy stuff. Got to pay the bills on the house that I have taxes on. And I paid taxes to buy the house with the money I get taxed to buy that fucking, the milk tax. Fucking.
You're taxed on tax money. That's some craziness, right?
It's insane. It's fucking insane.
That would be if I could ever be part of that, the first thing that I would abolish is the tax system. It's the first thing that would go. The federal and state income tax, that would go. Well, how are we going to pay for things the way we've been paying for it? The taxes don't go to taxes go to the interest on the deficit.
Yeah.
Like if you did the numbers, just gave everybody a flat tax, we still don't cover the interest on the deficit.
Really?
Yeah, we still don't cover it. We don't. This is why they got to keep raising the debt ceiling.
Okay.
And if it's going to our roads, why are our roads shit?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the amount of money I pay in taxes, My road should be fucking spotless.
Absolutely, they should be like Dubai.
New Jersey, forget Jersey City. New Jersey in general. The amount of money you fucking charging taxes.
Oh yeah,
every
here?
fucking ride I drive, every road I drive over should be fucking spot. There should not be a fucking pothole in sight.
No, and our education system should be top notch.
Top notch,
right? If our taxes is paying for education and everything else, yeah. Why are we at the bottom in education? Why? Because they're not using our tax dollars for education. It's all a scam, and we can't have this conversation publicly.
No,
we're cool right now because no one's listening.
Yeah.
All right, but go ahead and say this shit in the mixed crowd. Yeah. And someone in the government will come knocking on your door, like, "Hey, buddy, come here, let me talk to you." Yeah, you can't say that. So let's not do that again. Let's not do that again. And they will. See, it was there was a comedian, I forget his name. He said that psychedelics were the key to peace on Earth. They killed him. They killed him because it's true. Well,
you hear, I hear, I don't know, whatever. Like, there's all these random ass dudes that, oh, I got a great idea how to fucking dissolve plastics or whatever, and you just killed.
Yeah.
Or I can run this thing on,
yeah.
water instead of gas, whatever.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's fucking dead.
He's dead.
It's like you hear about a random here, like, but then all of a sudden you see, oh shit, there's a bunch of these dudes that this shit happened to.
Remember the Buffalo shooting a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, they said that was random, right?
Yeah.
The security guard that worked at that supermarket.
Okay.
He cracked the code on hydrogen for power.
Yeah.
He was about to revolutionize automation, and he was one of the people killed. It was they did that to distract us because he figured out how to separate the molecules using sound, which is less energy because they say it requires more energy than it produces. He did it on 0 point energy, and they killed him for it. Now no one wants to talk about it. They said no. His name was Aaron Salter. Look him up when you get a chance. Aaron Salter.
Okay. Daniel.
Pleasure, sir.
It was a pleasure talking to you, man.
Pleasure was mine. Man. You stay safe, stay healthy. You heard?
Thank you. You too, brother.
Thank you, brother. Tell the truth.
Hey folks, I'm Jonathan Martin. I write a column for Politico, as most of you know. Starting a new show we're calling On the Road to capture what's happening in American politics this year in the midterms and also looking forward to 2028. I was really eager to sit down with some of the biggest political newsmakers in America and do so on their terrain. And I couldn't think of a better spot to begin than Arkansas. And we're going to begin this series talking to somebody that knows from political history, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She's the daughter of a governor herself. She worked for President Trump in his first term as press secretary, and now she's running for re-election for her second term. A barbecue joint. We're starting on the road here in the Arkansas Capitol. candid, wide-ranging conversations. And like the guest conversations, it's going to be had over a fantastic meal. This is On the Road with Jonathan Martin. Well, I appreciate you doing this. So this is the first of On the Road. It's about food, politics, place, and sort of the three things that we say. I couldn't think of somewhere better to do it than Little Rock and Arkansas and here. So just take it off. Become one of the great news stories of Arkansas.
It's like an institution. People absolutely love the food, love the service. And there's a great sense of welcoming and community that they bring to every location. I don't know how they manage to do that, but it is incredible food.
Yes.
Great people and the team that they have built. Razorbacks.
Exactly.
Love to have a good
The official barbecue of the Arkansas Razorbacks.
Exactly. So it's all a plus. Now, I do have a question for you. I know you're
Oh my gosh.
asking me the
This is unbelievable.
but
We're only 5 minutes in. You're starting to turn the tables down there. Yeah.
Cat rights
Yeah.
in Arkansas on the day that the Razorbacks played a Longhorn.
Yes.
It will never get better. So you've really kind of done this backwards. You've set the bar too
Well,
high.
stay tuned, America. We're going to try and see where else we can go. Look at that timing. Oh, there we go. We got some sausage. We got some brisket. We got ribs. The cool thing about Wrights is it's got a bit of Texas flair to it. So they do the.
Whoa.
No, I'm sorry. They're playing a long horse, so that's been all message. But you got the sausage and brisket, you got the pickles and the onion, which is a bit of a Texas vibe. But obviously, ribs, Arkansas, and the mac and cheese is more of a traditional Arkansas thing.
So my husband is from Kansas City.
Yes.
And is
Barbecue guy.
a barbecue snob.
Yeah,
Really.
totally.
And he loves Wrights. And he gets so mad at me though, because I will say whether or not I like a barbecue restaurant based off of not the meat, but the sides.
The sides?
And I want to know if they have good sides. And I think that Wright's mac and cheese is better than any other. I'm a mac and cheese kind of
Well, spoiler, I had some earlier, and it was awesome mac and cheese. So it's cool to start here. But I want to talk to you about Little Rock and about Arkansas because I think some folks don't fully know your backstory. Your dad was governor in the 1990s.
We're now joined by NPR White House correspondent Danielle Kurtzleben. Good morning, Danielle.
Morning, Aisha.
So President Trump now seems to be prioritizing the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's disrupted the global energy market and it's driving up oil prices. In Trump's Truth Social post, he mentioned wanting the Iranian military to lay down their arms, but he did it at the end of his post. It was almost just kind of like an afterthought. Is reopening that strait now the definition of victory?
Well, like you're kind of getting that at there, the definition of victory has been a moving target thus far. But it's pretty fair to say that, yeah, he cares a lot about reopening that strait because gas prices, like you said. I mean, before this war, he talked about gas prices all the time, trying to make the case that his economy was strong. That was one of his key statements. Now, that line about gas prices is and then this last week, he temporarily changed. Ukraine criticized. And on social media, like you said, he spoken multiple times about the great struggle. So yeah, victory has slid around a bit. So I'm not sure we could firmly pin down that definition of it.
The war in Iran isn't popular with voters. The latest NPR PBS Marist poll shows that 56% of those surveyed don't approve of military action in Iran, and this includes some in the president's own faith. How is he responding to this information?
Well, he seemed very worried about how this war is being received. President Trump has been angrily. In one social media post, he said the news media, quote, actually wants us to lose the war. And so then yesterday, when FCC Chair Brendan Carr threatened the licenses of broadcasters running, as he put it, hoaxes and news distortions,
it was easy to connect that to President anger at war coverage. So yeah, they're worried. But what's fascinating to me is that while Trump is conducting this war, he seems to be trying to do business as usual. Last week he spoke in Kentucky, and he talked a little about Iran, but mostly about taxes and prescription drug prices. So he's still trying to sell this cost of living message, even as gas prices climb.
Well, there was also some tariff news on Wednesday when the Trump administration announced new investigations of dozens of trading partners under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974. What can you tell us about these polls?
Right. So a few weeks ago, after the Supreme Court ruled a whole bunch of Trump's tariffs were unconstitutional, Trump said he would use other laws to impose tariffs. So Section 301 is one of the main laws he can use. And there's a key difference between these new investigated tariffs and the tariffs the Supreme Court ruled against. And what it is those old tariffs Trump would impose on a whim just by signing an order. But with 301 tariffs, there has to be an investigation. These tariffs are meant to be used against countries with unfair trade practices. But the U.S. Trade Representative has to investigate whether these countries are being unfair. So this last week, the USTR announced these investigations into dozens of countries. One investigation says countries are overproducing manufactured goods. Another is how much countries are importing goods made with forced labor. And both of these investigations include major trade partners. So if these tariffs were to happen,
It's like this normally? Okay.
Earlier in the week, President Trump said he wouldn't sign any bills until Congress passed the Save America Act, which would eliminate things like voting by mail in most cases, but also trans athletes participate in sports.
right, yeah, he's wrapping a lot of priorities together into this, but at the heart of it will are these restrictive voting rules.
You got to train to catch. I'm not playing this game with these people.
And then a person would also have to present photo ID to vote. So Trump really wants this bill that would add some friction to voting. Now, Democrats,
I know that's right.
However, Trump's problem here is the bill doesn't have 60 Senate votes to overrule. So it's not clear how it will be passed. Regardless, the Senate Majority Leader John Finn said it will be brought to the floor.
You heading into the city?
Yeah, we're going to see for 3 nights.
Okay.
8,000.
You're a lead chef?
I'm the executive catering chef.
Okay.
For catering.
So yeah, you're super busy.
My eyes, it's Monday.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers, they just, yes, so much money. It's like a fucking night party. I'm there like, sometimes I'm there at 4:30 in the morning. I'm there at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what, 15, 16 hours? That's it.
That's not hard.
Yeah, that's why I didn't go back to work after COVID. Said fuck it.
Yeah. I have the weekends off, but it's
Yeah, that model where you get the weekend off, I think it's like the refresh. It's not.
That's the time too. I'm salaried man. I have a laptop. Your laptop so you can fucking work on the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta go work for them. And that shit never stops. Yeah. I'm working for the fucking area too.
enjoy the city?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Delaware. My sister lives in Delaware. Man. Fire. The company I work for, our headquarters is in Philly.
Oh, so shit, that's right there.
No, like now I'm just saving money because I haven't driven in a minute. I got a car DUI like when I was 35, and we're talking shit that was 14 years ago. Now I'm just saving money to get a car. Saving money for other things. It's time to get out of here.
I was born in this town. I don't live here.
Oh, okay.
I was born in here. We left. I was really young when my family left here. None of this shit was here. Yeah. Wasn't always the case. There were families, a lot of families, but it was not as congested. None of these buildings were here. In fact, none of this shit was here. You could look straight across into the water from here.
Half of this shit wasn't here. All this shit was elsewhere and everything down here, like it was a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, but not what you need. Most of the stuff was industrial. Down this way, I was born over here. Well, I was born at Margaret Haig Hospital. But down here, wasn't shit down here that you see down here now. Post office. A few government buildings, mostly the Colgate factory owned everything. And the city diner was there at the old establishment.
I used to work in, before I used to come to Jersey City and work, they just built that, I was working for another food service at Goldman Sachs.
Right down Morris?
2006.
Yeah.
That's when the only thing left of that Colgate factory was the clock.
The clock, yeah. That was right there where that building is, Saks building, and the parking lot. That was my family's land. Yeah. I don't know why it skipped me. I don't know why, but I would give anything to have that chunk of land back. It's got to be worth $100 million at least.
Where was the actual factory? Was it across the canal?
No. It was right there on.
Right next to the clock.
So no, the clock was a little further. But so everything that you see that's all built up before the water, Colgate had all of that. The light rail tracks, that was all Colgate's infrastructure. Because they owned you could walk as far back as like all that shit was Colgate. The city diner, behind the city diner, all the way back, all of that was Colgate.
I know. Well, I remember when I used to work at Goldman early in the morning, rain and stuff. Still smell. I get whiffs of like palm olive or something.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, that shit's just in the ground forever.
Yeah, it was you were either gonna smell soap or toothpaste on any given morning. Yeah, it was cool. None of this shit was here. None of it. This was all just bare land. Exchange Place was a door. And you had to walk down the steps and up the steps. They didn't even have escalators.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that's another thing. I want to buy a house. I think even in South Philly, I could probably buy a house and not be so much on top of each other.
Yeah, I'm looking at land now in Missouri.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could get 100 acres for not even what you can pay. Like a house here is for $100,000. God bless, man. Be good. Good luck to you.
Danielle Perslaven, thanks so much for speaking with us today.
Of course, thank you.
Democracy Now!, the War and Peace Report.
From Los Angeles and Chicago, this is Democracy Now!
Even now, it can be said with certainty, this is no longer the same Iran, this is no longer the same Middle East, and this is also not the same Israel. We are not waiting, we are initiating, we are attacking, and we are doing so with a force the like of which has not been seen before.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu proclaims a new Middle East as the Israeli-U.S. war in Iran continues to destabilize the region, disrupt global energy markets, expand environmental fallout, and claim lives. Israel central Beirut will go to Beirut for the latest and then to Tel Aviv to speak with Haaretz journalist Gidon Levy. He writes, quote, everyone in this country has gone insane, calling attention to the lack of anti-war voices in Israeli politics and media. Meanwhile, the United Nations Security Council voted to condemn Iran for military aggression while failing to adopt a second resolution calling for hostilities by all parties to end, which would include the U.S. and Israel. Russia sponsored that resolution.
They have just rejected the possibility of the Council sending an unequivocal demand to immediately stop hostilities and settle all disputes peacefully. And this shows very clearly, yet again, that all of the loud statements on the part of those countries about how committed they are to international law, the UN Charter, and peace are nothing more than empty rhetoric.
We'll speak to renowned economist Jeffrey Sachs, who says the U.S. and Israel are murdering the UN Charter. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations Refugee Agency warns the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran has forced 3.2 million people to flee their homes in less than 2 weeks, creating a humanitarian crisis on a massive scale. Most of those displaced are evacuated northern Iran and rural areas. This is She, whose home in Tehran was destroyed in airstrikes Tuesday.
They destroyed that house and this one and ours here. And now we're staying with relatives. Where are we supposed to go? We have nowhere. I had just replaced all my belongings and it's all ruined. Now we are collecting scraps left behind on the floors because we were also cleansed.
Earlier today, huge explosions rocked central Tehran. Far from where a massive Quds Day demonstration in support of Palestinians was underway. Iranian media reports a woman attending the rally was killed by shrapnel from the U.S.-Israeli coalition airstrike. On Thursday, Iran's new supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, said in a written statement he ordered the military to continue blocking shipments through the Strait of Hormuz and called on other Middle East nations to close U.S. military bases used to attack Iran. They were Moshtaba Khamenei's first public comments since he was chosen to replace his father, Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated February 28th, along with other members and sister. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held his first press briefing since attacking Iran, where he vowed to continue the bombardment of Iran and Lebanon and threatened to kill Iran's new supreme leader.
Even now, it can be said with certainty, this is no longer the same Iran, this is no longer the same Middle East, and this is also not the same. We are not waiting, we are initiating, we are attacking, and we are doing so with a force the like of which has not been seen before.
The Pentagon said at least 4 service members are dead after a refueling aircraft. The U.S. bombing of Iran crashed in western Iraq Thursday. The Pentagon has not revealed the fate of 2 other crew members, saying that rescue efforts continue.
This comes as a coalition of 250 prominent groups sent a joint letter to Congress urging lawmakers to vote against any additional funding for the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. The groups include the ACLU, Public Citizen, Greenpeace, Jewish Voice for Peace, and the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union. They write, quote, the $50 billion that the administration reportedly seeks for a new Pentagon supplemental will be enough to restore food assistance for 4 million Americans that was taken away in the tax reconciliation bill, establish universal pre-K education, and pay for the annual
Newark Airport, right?
in Oman. 2 foreign nationals were killed and several others injured after Iranian drones struck Oman's northern Sohar province. Of 14 civilians killed so far in Gulf nations, all but one were immigrants, predominantly jobs. One Pakistani worker told Middle East Eye that despite the risks, quote, if I don't work, I go home. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia says it shot down 56 Iranian drones since early Friday, including one targeting the high-security diplomatic area of Riyadh. And NATO says its air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean shot down Iran towards Turkey. Iran's continued the royal energy market with the price of oil surging to nearly $100 a barrel, even after the International Energy Agency announced a record release of oil from strategic reserves. On Thursday, President Trump suggested skyrocketing fuel costs are a good thing. He wrote on his social media platform, quote, the United Nations is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. Trump wrote. Israel 12 people and sending black smoke billowing into the sky over Lebanon's capital. The Bashura neighborhood close to downtown Beirut, separate Israeli attacks ripped through Beirut's southern suburbs and large swaths of southern Lebanon. Earlier today, an Israeli strike targeted a bridge over the Litani River, a major crossing point between northern and southern Lebanon. Among the latest dead are 9 people, including 5 children, killed by Israeli bombs in the town of Arki. Israel's military said it was responding to rockets and drones fired at Israel from Hezbollah. On Thursday, Israeli officials said they're expanding a forced evacuation order for southern Lebanon, almost doubling the size of the zone. More than 800,000 people have been displaced by Israeli attacks across Lebanon, with 687 people killed in less than 2 weeks, including 98 children. Headlines will go to Beirut for the latest. Israel's military dropped all charges against 5 soldiers accused of assaulting and gang raping a Palestinian man detained at the state prison. The man was hospitalized with broken ribs and punctured lung, infected damage, and injuries. The former top lawyer for the Israeli military was arrested last year for her alleged role in the leak of surveillance video. Far-right Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said these soldiers should be treated like heroes, not villains. Meanwhile, Spain has permanently removed its ambassador to Israel as the Spanish government intensifies its opposition to the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez said last week Spain would refuse to allow the U.S. to use naval and air bases in southern Spain to strike Iran. In related news, Iceland and the Netherlands have joined South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. The case was first brought in December 2023. In Greece, thousands of demonstrators marched through central Athens Thursday towards the U.S. Embassy to protest the war in Iran and to demand the closure of NATO bases in Greece.
We consider the stance of the Greek government to be despicable because it not only puts us in danger by hosting American bases all over the country, but also has very strong ties with the state of Israel that is conducting a genocide with the United States. For us, the government should have already issued a public statement that would clarify that they are not getting involved in this war. On the contrary, we see them making moves, either with the frigates in the Red Sea or the F-16s in Cyprus. That shows our country wants to be part of the war.
The Trump administration has granted a 30-day waiver for countries to buy U.S. sanctioned Russian oil currently stranded at sea. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the move was needed to stabilize energy markets that have been roiled by the U.S.-Israel assault on Iran. The waiver came as Ukrainian drones on Thursday struck a pipeline terminal in Russia's Krasnodar region, setting fuel tanks on fire, one of the largest oil facilities in southern Russia. Meanwhile, officials in Kyiv say fighting in the Middle East is rapidly consuming expensive U.S. air defense munitions that Ukraine desperately needs to fend off Russian missiles and drones. In Geneva, investigators presented evidence to the UN's Human Rights Council Thursday on Russia's deportation and transfer of Ukrainian children since Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Some 20,000 children have been abducted and sent to Russia and Belarus, where they're sometimes subjected to military training and even forced to fight against Ukraine. This is Eric Mercer, the chair of the U.S. Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine.
This remained unaware of the fate of the children for prolonged periods of time. This has led to lengthy separation and distress spells.
Into the Temple Israel Synagogue near Detroit Thursday, exchanging fire with security. Students witnessed synagogues the Detroit News reports the attacker was a Dearborn Heights man originally from Lebanon, with children earlier Israeli military strike. In Virginia, the FBI says it's investigating Thursday shooting in university as an act of terrorism. Agents say the former Virginia Army National Guard member, students in the reserve officers training so killing one person and injuring two others before the students that you and 2016 attempting to provide materials to support the state and served 7 years in prison supervised and today marked the first anniversary since Palestinian activist Lamar Rubio was arrested and detained by ICE. Rubio was arrested during the 2024 Gaza solidarity protests. Those charges were dropped, but Rubio was later detained at a routine immigration checkpoint in New Jersey. Rights Rubio supporters have continued demanding Rafat's release, including Mahmoud Khalil, who wrote an op-ed for the Guardian titled, "To my Palestinian sister in ICE detention, I will carry you until you are free." This week also marks 1 year since Mahmoud Khalil was arrested by federal agents at his residence. He was released from an ICE jail in Texas last June. To mark the anniversary, New York City Mayor Zohar hosted Mahmoud Khalil, his wife Donna Moore, and their baby Dean embracing grandchildren. When they had a sunset to break the daily fast last year, Khalil was returning home after sharing it with his wife Moore. Federal agents sent him to Louisiana, where he was jailed. Nearly 4,000 workers are set to begin a strike on Monday to protest unfair and dangerous labor conditions at JBS Food Safety's largest food producer. This will mark the first week of labor strike in the industry. Unionized workers at the slaughterhouse and meat processing plant in Sydney rolled the strike. After their employer refused to agree to a fair contract following months of negotiations, the status is not going to JPS Legends Corporation. This last year, JPS $4 million settlement for child labor violation without admitting and a correction. On Thursday, President Trump wrote online, quote, the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far, so oil prices go up. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Support. I live in New York, in Chicago. We're joined by Democracy Now! That's outside The United Nations is activating with was also used by members of this movement. This comes as Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says Israel plans to expand its occupation of areas in southern Lebanon until its movement is far. Earlier today, U.S. Secretary General Antonio Guterres arrived in Beirut. He wrote online, I am just landed in Beirut for a visit of solidarity with Lebanon. They did not choose this war, they were dragged into it. Guterres told Israel at this moment to negotiate a ceasefire and stop the war. We're going to Beirut. We're joined by Layla Williams, who has been reporting on the war for Trump's idea. Layla, thanks so much for being here today. Can you describe what's happening on the war as Israel expands the zone that it is demanding to evacuate from southern Lebanon?
Come on, man. Go. So would you like Premier Access or Economy Access? No, we just made it before it becomes a zoo. So in about 4.5 to 7 minutes, this is going to be a nightmare. When is it supposed to? Ah, lovely. Any snow with it? Yeah, I am going to avoid this place today then. Just when Noah climbs out of that hole, as soon as they climb out. 5 years ago, they did a survey on the worst airports in the lower 48. Yeah, that was shocking. Shit. Came in number 1, the worst airport in the lower 48. I said, worse than LaGuardia? Worse than JFK? And I heard they did great with LaGuardia. But that's what I hear. I haven't been there. I heard that they did a nice job there. But I've flown out of LaGuardia before. That's a shithole. I heard, I haven't seen since they've done it, but I heard they spent a lot. I heard they did a great job. We'll see. They need to throw some of that money into this airport. I mean, Terminal A is gorgeous.
Yeah. That's way out there compared to the two. The interior is kind of like that group. I'm assuming A is the newest one.
Yeah, it's right back there. I think they spent like $8 billion on it. It's really nice. They didn't build this for the volume that it's getting. They had no idea that it was going to turn to this. And the only way they can expand it is to take over the turnpike. They're not going to do that. What? Now you did this already, prick. Come on. Go with your... You're from Jersey. You really gonna drive like that? Okay, so travel safe, man. Get welcome. Gotta get your bag. 7.
agreed with an Israeli request to stop the distribution of a book that contains some pretty damning information about the Israeli Secret Service, the Mossad, if it is true. Here's ABC's John Martin.
The most sensational claim in the book involves this bloody day, the Beirut Marine Barracks bombing. The book says Israeli agents kept vital information from U.S. Marines that might have saved the lives of 241 Americans killed here. Israeli government sources deny this account, but according to the book, an Israeli informant saw a Mercedes truck being fitted with secret panels for explosives. Israeli troops were told to be on the lookout for the truck. But the book says the Israelis intentionally gave the Americans only a vague warning, not mentioning the kind or size of vehicle. The book says Israeli intelligence was willing to let the terrorists succeed to protect their sources and out of contempt for U.S. intelligence. It says agents withheld information on U.S. hostages for similar reasons. In Toronto today, the author was under a court-ordered gag not to discuss the book or the case.
You see, there's two restrictions. There's one restriction that I can't talk about what I learned or have done in the Mossad, and the other restriction is I cannot talk about anything that's in the book.
Israeli officials confirm that Viktor Ostrovsky worked for the Mossad in the 1980s. Alarmed by the contents of the book, they got it temporarily blocked in Canada and the United States.
It's the position of the Israeli government that the information contained in the book could very well lead to the identification of employees of the Mossad and could jeopardize their lives.
But the book's introduction says it does not name active agents and gives only initials. It does say that more than 24 senior Israeli agents routinely gather intelligence in the United States. Late today, the book was put out for sale in New York after the court lifted its restraining order. The publishers claimed victory, but the Israeli embassy said it will still pursue its action against the author. John Martin, ABC News, Washington.
agreed with an Israeli request to stop the distribution of a book that contains some pretty damning information about the Israeli Secret Service, the Mossad, if it is true. Here's ABC's John Martin.
The most sensational claim in the book involves this bloody day, the Beirut Marine Barracks bombing. The book says Israeli agents kept vital information from U.S. Marines that might have saved the lives of 241 Americans killed here. Israeli government sources deny this account, but according to the book, an Israeli informant saw a Mercedes truck being fitted with secret panels for explosives. Israeli troops were told to be on the lookout for the truck. But the book says the Israelis intentionally gave the Americans only a vague warning, not mentioning the kind or size of vehicle. The book says Israeli intelligence was willing to let the terrorists succeed to protect their sources and out of contempt for U.S. intelligence. It says agents withheld information on U.S. hostages for similar reasons. In Toronto today, the author was under a court-ordered gag not to discuss the book or the case.
You see, there's two restrictions. There's one restriction that I can't talk about what I learned or have done in the Mossad, and the other restriction is I cannot talk about anything that's in the book.
Israeli officials confirm that Viktor Ostrovsky worked for the Mossad in the 1980s. Alarmed by the contents of the book, they got it temporarily blocked in Canada and the United States.
It's the position of the Israeli government that the information contained in the book could very well lead to the identification of employees of the Mossad and could jeopardize their lives.
But the book's introduction says it does not name active agents and gives only initials. It does say that more than 24 senior Israeli agents routinely gather intelligence in the United States. Late today, the book was put out for sale in New York after the court lifted its restraining order. The publishers claimed victory, but the Israeli embassy said it will still pursue its action against the author. John Martin, ABC News, Washington.
Agreed with an Israeli request to stop the distribution of a book that contains some pretty damning information about the Israeli Secret Service, the Mossad, if it is true. Here's ABC's John Martin.
The most sensational claim in the book involves this bloody day, the Beirut Marine Barracks bombing. The book says Israeli agents kept vital information from U.S. Marines that might have saved the lives of 241 Americans killed here. Israeli government sources deny this account, but according to the book, an Israeli informant saw a Mercedes truck being fitted with secret panels for explosives. Israeli troops were told to be on the lookout for the truck. But the book says the Israelis intentionally gave the Americans only a vague warning, not mentioning the kind or size of vehicle. The book says Israeli intelligence was willing to let the terrorists succeed to protect their sources and out of contempt for U.S. intelligence. It says agents withheld information on U.S. hostages for similar reasons. In Toronto today, the author was under a court-ordered gag not to discuss the book or the case.
You see, there's two restrictions. There's one restriction that I can't talk about what I learned or have done in the Mossad, and the other restriction is I cannot talk about anything that's in the book.
Israeli officials confirm that Viktor Ostrovsky worked for the Mossad in the 1980s. Alarmed by the contents of the book, they got it temporarily blocked in Canada and the United States.
It's the position of the Israeli government that the information contained in the book could very well lead to the identification of employees of the Mossad and could jeopardize their lives.
But the book's introduction says it does not name active agents and gives only initials. It does say that more than 24 senior Israeli agents routinely gather intelligence in the United States. Late today, the book was put out for sale in New York after the court lifted its restraining order. The publishers claimed victory, but the Israeli embassy said it will still pursue its action against the author. John Martin, ABC News, Washington.
Do Jews deny the Son? Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah, not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch and Baal. The symbols, the statements, the Talmud, it's all there, it's all obvious. The Talmud is clearly satanic. The symbols are satanic. The denying of Christ is satanic. They do not serve Jehovah. They do not serve our God. What does it say? Read it again. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. They don't serve the Father. So many Christians are going, we serve the same God. We worship the same God. They're God's chosen people. They are Canaanites. They are not serving God. They do not know the Messiah. They have actually boldly rejected Jesus and have made statements like he's boiling in excrement in hell.
Can you explain why the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces in Gehenom? That's because Jesus went against God by telling people that they should follow him instead of God. And he spoke against the sages, and he was a Machtia Rabim. He was what's called someone that entices the public to sin. And the punishment for someone that entices the public to sin is to go to Gehenom, to a segment of Gehenom, the 7th level of Gehenom, and there's a certain section in there that's boiling feces, and that's where he is.
I don't care what they say. I don't care that they say they're part of a synagogue and they worship the same God. No, they don't. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. May they repent and come to know him. Some Canaanites can be saved. John 8:42, Jesus said to them, if God were your Father, you would love me. If God were their Father, they would love Jesus. Now, you know you're deceived if you think you need to believe a man in a funny hat or a nation that the Rothschilds built.
Look up to the sky and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy, 'cause I'm easy go, little high, little low. Anyway, the wind goes, it really matters to me.
a man in a funny hat or a nation that the Rothschilds built over the words of Jesus Christ, the Lord himself. You've been deceived if you think God is their father when Jesus explicitly tells you, no. Look at verse 44, very clear. You are of your father the devil. This is the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not but lie. The Canaanites, the Edomites, those that had infiltrated Israel, they are of their father the devil. Do Jews deny the sun? Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah, not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch. of Israel is the menorah, not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch and Baal. The symbols, the statements, the Talmud, it's all there, it's all obvious. The Talmud is clearly satanic. The symbols are satanic. The denying of Christ is satanic. They do not serve Jehovah. They do not serve our God. What does it say? Read it again. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. They don't serve the Father. So many Christians are going, we serve the same God. We worship the same God. They're God's chosen people. They are Canaanites. They are not serving God. They do not know the Messiah. They have actually boldly rejected Jesus and have made statements like he's boiling in excrement in hell.
Can you explain why the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces in Gehenom? That's because Jesus went against God by telling people that they should follow him instead of God. And he spoke against the sages, and he was a Machtia Rabim. He was what's called someone that entices the public to sin. And the punishment for someone that entices the public to sin is to go to Gehenom, to a segment of Gehenom, the 7th level of Gehenom, and there's a certain section in there that's boiling feces, and that's where he is.
I don't care what they say. I don't care that they say they're part of a synagogue and they worship the same God. No, they don't. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. May they repent and come to know him. Some Canaanites can be saved. John 8:42, Jesus said to them, if God were your Father, you would love me. If God were their Father, they would love Jesus. Now, you know you're deceived if you think you need to believe a man in a funny hat or a nation that the Rothschilds built over the words of Jesus Christ, the Lord himself. You've been deceived if you think God is their Father when Jesus explicitly tells you, no. Look at verse 44, very clear. You are of your father the devil. This is the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not but lie. The Canaanites, the Edomites, those that had infiltrated Israel, they are of their father the devil. Do Jews deny the Son? Yes, because they're Canaanites. The Star of David is not the Star of David. The historical symbol of Israel is the menorah, not a pagan star. That star pre-exists Zionism. It is a wicked pagan symbol the Canaanites employed. You can look into this. The Bible warned that Israel took up the star of Remphan and Rampha and these pagan gods, serving Moloch and Baal. The symbols, the statements, the Talmud, it's all there, it's all obvious. The Talmud is clearly satanic. The symbols are satanic. The denying of Christ is satanic. They do not serve Jehovah. They do not serve our God. What does it say? Read it again. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father. They don't serve the Father. So many Christians are going, we serve the same God. We worship the same God. They're God's chosen people. They are Canaanites. They are not serving God. They do not know the Messiah. They have actually boldly rejected Jesus and have made statements like he's boiling in excrement in hell.
Can you explain why the Talmud says that Jesus is boiling in feces and Gehenom? That's because
All right, people. It's been real. I'm at the end of another day. I appreciate you for riding with me. Thank you. See each other again later on. Have yourself a great rest of your day. Don't work too hard. Do your job. And be nice to people. It pays. Shalom.